All right, let me know if you can hear me in YouTube now. All right, looks like we resolved that over there. All right, sorry about that. So just to recap really quick, I don't think I covered anything that anybody doesn't know, but for YouTube people, just clicking through a few charts of interest here. That's it. Well, some of them interest, some of them not. Mentioned, some different large CMT personalities, let's call them that, at the symposium this past April, talking about us being in the second inning of a commodity super cycle at that time. I guess we just call it the bottom of the second or the top of the third inning of it now, with energy being a big leader in that. And so there's, few energy stocks that were on here that I noted. Also, let me pull this up. When I was doing some charting work last night on my evening scan, well, that's strange. There we go. Well, it took a second to load. A lot of energy closing yesterday, at least 75% above their 20-day lows. So energy. What else is energy? That's energy, 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 energy. Yep, energy. More energy. This one I think is really interesting here. Permian Basin in Texas. And you got a really new issue here. Does not have an extremely large float. You find energy stocks with much higher floats than this. Not obviously not small either. But already has a really large short growth and sitting right near all-time highs. So this might be one to keep an eye on. Could go either way, obviously. More energy. 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 I think we get the point here where I'm going with all this. Energy. Interesting. We had a YPF yesterday from Argentina, Petrobras here. And for those keeping score at home, the oil that YPF draws out of the ground in Argentina gets shipped up to Buenos Aires. It's mostly taken out of the ground in the south of Argentina, shipped up to Buenos Aires and also Brazil to be refined by Petrobras and then sold back to the Argentine public. So, or it's kind of nationalized down there, not to get into all the politics of that, but just interesting to note. So they kind of work hand in hand, Petrobras and YPF. So yeah, more energy. And see a few more energy stocks that are down this way. So a lot of energy in play right now. We'll see what that means in the next coming weeks and months. I know California hit all-time highs for gas prices again. And yeah, that's all I got. Aj, how are you? Happy Thursday to you all. As I also like to call it, Friday Junior. Wow, BEAT going to the moon right now. Okay, what else is happening here? messaging back and forth with Steve. I know Steve had a core position in BEAT from down pretty low, and I know he'd sold a bunch up here. I was just messaging to see where he stood with that, hoping that he still had a good chunk of it, considering what's happening right now. Always happy to see anybody doing well, especially Steve. He's been so good to me over the years. So there's EPFA again on the race this morning. Glasgow, Smith, and Klein. Now, I had liked this stock in the 40s somewhere last year, I think. Maybe it was in the 50s. I thought it was in the 40s. And then I remember just all of a sudden the bottom dropped out on it. Those tricky pharmaceutical companies. Again, if people have questions that are more specific to me, please make sure you tag me, all right? Just at me. Watching both chats, I do get lost a little bit, so never want to ignore anybody or blow anybody off with that stuff. We got 9:15 and change, so 14 minutes and change to the open here. Guess I'll close my CMT lessons for the moment. My broker's launched. So just be a moment here, folks, trying to help someone in our chat that seems to be having an issue with the scan. Yeah, Lester, I got one for you here. I'll give you the race that I've got up right now. Pre-market racing share. Copy. There you go. Uh, Patrick W. saw your question slash comment up there. Something that Michael Noss had said to me that I found always to be interesting is the best traders he knows always complain about leaving money on the table. So, make of that what you will. You've got conviction in the position, you've got to set, stop loss. You've got X amount of shares, sell Z amount, and let the rest ride, and stick your stop in and let the chips fall where they may. But you always have to figure, when have I had enough? Also, that was always, still to this day, my biggest problem is when is it time to exit on the upside? I always have a tentative target, but you know, greed and fear, greed and fear. You are welcome, Lester, and yes, James, FOMO is the enemy. Without boring or annoying everybody in the main room, just um, I've always been more of the in the camp, at least over the last year plus. It's not about controlling your emotions; it's about recognizing your emotions and controlling your impulses. Control your impulses, or they'll control you. All right, 9:27. So we got 2 minutes and change for the open here. Mike C talking. I'm going to get rid of all this pre-market stuff here. Duplicate a price alerts window. Bring that over here. What else am I missing? Anything else? Mike C was just talking about CCNC as a penny stock. It's interesting. China. All right. Let's get rid of pre-market. I don't want that. Don't want that. That looks good. All right, I guess we're ready to go. All right, and the casino is now open. So same as the last couple days, click around early. Set price alerts on some of these here that I think could be interesting. And we'll wait for things to develop. Snap above $11. Who would have thought? Mara, however we pronounce. FUBU. FUBO, sorry, I said FUBU. Whoa. Don't click anything in there, YouTube. Give me a second, folks. I got to put myself on mute here. That crazy spam that All right, just sorry, trying to get reorganized here with that nonsense that just came through Facebook on the YouTube stream. So let me know if you all can see and hear me still in both rooms. Thanks. Back to our regularly scheduled program. All right. Thanks, Don. Thanks, Patrick. Perfect. Thank you. That's annoying. Wow, what a move for Mara. Now, I don't see our friend Tops here today. Thanks, Teddy. What happened with you? We're going to get a third day out of you? There's SNTI. So closed pretty strong yesterday. Looks strong here now, too. After another gap down. We shall see. WKEY. WKEY. I feel like they were one of those names involved with NFTs. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Yep, sounds right. Blockchain. Got it, Paradox. Yep, looks good now. Thank you. All right, looking at SNTI. OTS hanging around here still. So just bring over the compare count numbers as we're getting ready to round out the first 10 minutes. Pretty bullish numbers here so far. We'll see what the next 10, 15 minutes holds. So PEGY right back down under 4. Set a price alert. Hut, another Bitcoin miner. We saw that a couple of days ago. Not so much as an energy sector analysis paradox. I just call it my evening scan, but it just, it happened to have a lot of energy on it. But here's the link to that. Nothing overly complicated on it, but just looking for stocks that are 75% above the low of 20 days and 75% of the low of the current day. So copy and throw that in here. Already restarted. Yeah, it's not allowing me to click on anything. It's just giving me a click sound when I do. That would tell me, Squid, that you've got a configure window open somewhere. So go to the, your taskbar here and look to see what you have open. Look to see if you can find a configure window open. That's what that sounds like to me. You'll have a window that looks like something like this open somewhere. Unless you're getting an exception error, that could also be happening. So MOTS, still strong on that open. Comp, who are you? All right, Squid, let me see. Let me think what else could be blocking you. Squid, if you can head over to the homepage and start a live support chat over there using the orange questions and answers bubble in the right corner. And see if we can't get you resolved from that end. There might be something we can see on the back end when you join the chat. It gives us some account information. So head over to the homepage there in the bottom right corner. You'll see questions and answers, and use that to start a chat. SNTI looks weak below 490 there. All right. A little distracted here with a bunch of support stuff, kind of missing the race is what's going on here. GWL, holy cow. It's a serious range. Some JWEL, that is interesting looking here. Really watching this JWEL here above 3. Whoop, there goes SNTI up over 5. Yeah, kind of hard to trade right now. All right, I took a shot at JWEL. I got a fill at 15. If it can take out that high of the day, could really get going here. Zen, Barry's on vacation. Yes, I'm watching the room for him for the week here. SNTI, oh my. Ooh, SNTI halted on the way up. Whoa. All right, Squid. Glad we got you all sorted away there. And if anything pops up again, just come back to this chat that you were just in with me. Well, JEWL not able to punch through that level there. COMP hanging around here. Missed that MOTS. All right. Beat. Back below 6 again. FUBO. Whoa, I just got a JWEL before that halt. It stopped at 280. A terrible way to start the day. So SNTI stacking at about 590 right now. Let's see what happens on the open. Okay, ITT from yesterday. Not nearly as active. All right, not a lot currently jumping out at me. Wolfhound, to trade, change your background on that. Right click and go to select chart styles and go to color grid, and you can change all that in here. Well, KITT breaking yesterday's high. You got it, Wolfhound. Wow, Kit just halted on the way up. You totally missed that too. JWL halted on the way down again, it looks like. Just a race that I created, Patrick, called Relative Strength from the Open. You're welcome to it if you like. Here, all three races are the same. Just there's a price difference, price cap that's a little different. I scalped in and out of SNTI when I was on mute for a few minutes helping someone. Who was it? Some Squid, when I was helping him over in our support chat. No, a lot of stuff is pretty so that's that scan there for you, Patrick. The only difference between the three scans that I'm running is the one that I can share, or the one that I did share, has a $100 price cap, where these ones have $30 price caps. That's it. Everything else is the same. So you can change the price on it. Just right click and go to configure, and it'll give you this window here, minimum, maximum. You can change that right there. Yes, Steve is, I think, today, not Andy. Usually Steve is on Thursdays. Last week, Andy had some traveling that he was doing to go to Traders for a Cause in Vegas. So that's why they swapped last week. How many alerts do you have selected in there? That could be it. All good, Paradox. No worries. You post with me or post at me. So that would be my guess, Mookie, is that you've got maybe it, or if it's a multi-alert window, that could be the other issue too. Kit open back up? Yes, it did. Oh, wow. watch that here as well. What happened with the market? Rug pull. Whoa. Well then. Guess it's still a bear market. So BEAT catching up on the 5-minute chart here. Let's see what happens. If you have don't repeat, it should not. Well, how long do you have don't repeat selected for? I guess that would be the other thing, right? If you want to come into the other room, you can share a link of the scan and I could take a look at it. But there's different time frames for don't repeat. So unless you have it set as don't repeat for, the entire day, you can see it repeat. Still watching SNTI here. We'll see. ATGX. Just copy paste. So anything you want to ever send, right click, go to save or share to cloud, save and share, copy this URL here, and then paste it in here to me. And then bear with me a moment while I be able to get to it. Look at JWEL right back up again here. I'm going to really screw with people today, huh? I see you. I see you. All right, so you sent me 10 windows. Can you send me just the single window? Just because it's 10 windows and it's going to really jam me up otherwise. Andy messaging me 7 Fed speakers today. Oh joy, oh joy. Watching this SNTI for maybe another shot here around the 6 level. Or not. Oh, SNTI, oh my. Right up on high a day. So sorry, I'm a little less commentary, even more than normal today. There's just a lot of chats coming in for me right now. So my attention is drawn over there. And as I said the other day, I cannot type and talk at the same time. Beat failed on that attempt over 6 again. I saw this JWL halted on the way back up again, so that's just going to mess with my emotions today. Yeah, Mookie. Oh, Pepe, thanks. I appreciate that. Smart risk indicator to the right of the candles. I'm not sure what you're asking about. Sorry, Wolfhound. I don't use the smart indicators for years. Can you email me a screenshot of what you want it to look like to support@tradeideas.com? You can email me a screenshot of what you want it to look like and what it currently looks like to that email, and I can take a closer look. Well, Real talked about a 7 and change fantasy target here. I'm watching this MOTS here. I took some at 79. Maybe a little extended. SOBR. Wow. All right, well, if I'll give me a moment and I'll check that out for you, see if I can't decipher what you got going on there. Okay, so what's going on is that was how the shading used to be. It's changed since then, actually. It's just the way the software is now. There's two other things too. Actually, the one you're seeing in the help example, I believe, is from a Holly trade, and the second one is not a Holly trade. So those are the two things there, Wolfgang, Wolfhound. JWEL just messing with people at this point. And halted on the way down again. Oof. I would say that he hasn't upgraded then. Whoever that is on the other channel, Wolfhound, I'd say they haven't upgraded yet. Because let me, here, I'll show you. My mic volume got really low. Let me check. Sound. All right, I've got it turned all the way up now. See if that works. So here. So with smart risk levels on, and hold on, and AI properties, show AI trades. So AI trades look like this, like what you were asking about, and then smart risk levels will look like this. So we might be on a Holly alert in that case. But that's the front, and that's how, you know, it looks forwards and backwards, like what you're seeing there. Really thinking about punishing myself on a 2 break over this again. Wow, nice move over this $2 here, XFOR. I didn't notice that earlier. Nice increase in volume here. So BR. That same email address, you can throw a suggestion of that there, Wolfhound, and I'll mark it as a feature request so it gets tagged and cataloged. I can't promise you anything, but I'll certainly make it. I'll certainly push it towards the devs as an option. And there's blue just continuing to creep away 3 days in a row here. You could save the layout as an entire window, Jonathan. That would be the best way to do it. So if it's a docked layout, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it like that if it's a docked layout. If it's an individual set of windows, you can right click, go to save or right click, go to save or share to cloud, and then see all these checks here, put a check mark in everything you want to the next, so you can open it all together as one window essentially. That would be the only ways to do that. If you save it as a layout, like if you click entire layout, then you won't be able to open it with multiple other windows open like that. It'll open the layout and close everything else. So those are the two ways to do it. You got it. Yeah, there's a prop plane that just flew over the Hudson. I'm surprised you could hear that. That's funny. Yeah, I'm right on the Hudson River. Pacific Bio again, a third day here in a row. Yeah, I've got a couple of videos here. Let me look for those. All right, this is a video I did on it. Now, the only thing with when I did this video, the tool for docking wasn't quite the same as it is now. It wasn't as nice. So like if I grab my news tab here, see how you got this tool and wherever you put it over the tool is how it will go. It didn't work quite like that, but that's how it is now. Wow, SNTI going batty right now. Rejected right off of 7 hard. Whoop, AMV halted on the way up. Just noticing that now. Up a cool 69%. Some wacky movers out there this week. I guess every week, right? ATXG leaving that 315 level behind now. Really hard to tell anything about that daily chart. I grabbed some ATXG at a fill of 33. Watching this SMTI here. Still have MOTS, but if this thing doesn't move much in the next few minutes here, I'm probably going to close it. All right, I just closed a little bit of the MOTS just in case it struggles at 3. We'll hold out here. PEGY coming back alive. And that's why I closed some of that. I would love a breakthrough 3, but I don't know. With the exception of SNTI, not a lot has had a ton of follow through. KITT wedging, like Tops did yesterday before big explosion. Ascending triangle there. Oh, so SNTI got up around 690 again and rejected hard again. See if ATXG can leave that 350 behind. Oh, ATXG really struggling to get through at 370. Really direction of market more than anything. If you've got a market like today, I call it more risk off because look how choppy this is. We start with big green candle up. We move three candles down on 15. We move a few up. We move a few back down. So there's really no direction in the market. So it's really sloppy and choppy right now. So this would be kind of, if you have a stock that's more alpha like, something like STNI that's hanging up where it's been for a long time, maybe a little more risk on or a little more leeway versus, if we were trying to trade something like Snap, who's really moving with the market, or, this here, SOBR. Andy messaging me about AMV. Well, then, we went from up a cool 69% to up a cool 135.5%. Isn't that something? Isn't that nice? Come on, break over 370 and let me get out some. There you go. Bids over 370 or bids at 370 now. Ugh, couldn't hold it. All right, I sold some ATXG at 75. And MOT just doesn't want to go. MOTS just does not want to go up above that 3. Wedging itself also. SNTI just running straight across the board now for quite a while. Okay, ATXG. Do it, do it, do it. Yeah, Calvin Barry's on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. You're stuck with me for the rest of today and tomorrow. Sorry. Yeah, I'm holding some of both still for $3 and $4 Paradox. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I'm inclined to get out a little more ATXG. I am a fan of locking in profits. Yeah, not going to give him much slack. Thanks, Calvin. I don't talk, I don't talk nearly as much as Barry. All right, I just sold some more of that ATXG at 395, and I'm just going to move a tight stop up, and we'll see what happens from here. SMTI still trying here. Another ascending triangle, kind of. If you want to use the shadows, anyways. I'm inclined to dump this. It's the float in ATXG. 24 million, so not tiny, definitely not large. Ooh, SNTI trying that 7 again. Boom, right over 7. Yeah, I want to give ATXG some leeway because I got a good entry on that for where we are right now. And I've taken out quite a bit of it already, so I will be a little flexible with ATXG. This I'm getting very impatient with, though. I should have cut MOTS. What a dog. Whoa, SNTI, what was that? No, I had no SNTI from yesterday. I took nothing home with me last night. I don't like the looks of this MOTS at all now. Should have closed more of it. Not sure. Eagle Eye on Meta Strength. I don't really look at any of those stocks. I didn't see any specific news on it through Twitter or anything else today. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to be patient with it. I don't know, whenever I see a candle like this, I never feel good about it, especially on a 5-minute candle like that. But yeah, you're right. You had this here, you had it there. It's continued to grind. So I just kind of want to keep things tight because getting stopped on JWEL really set me behind. I've had a few really fast in and outs on SNTI, but what I took already in MOTS and ATXG has left me okay so far. I'll at least be able to buy dinner tonight. That's correct. Pizza tomorrow. Pizza Fridays. Come on, ATXG. Get up over 4. I'll watch that SNTI again for another break over 7. That was a wild candle. Oh, gee, I lost track of the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day with Nike. You were right, David. Good call. I always tease because I remember Barry, especially early on in the traders room. We don't trade Nike. No, I never look at level 2. ATXG, you're a total dog. I think anybody at Thinkorswim has that level 2 in Thinkorswim, but that's the only level 2 I would have to look at anyways. But I've never really paid attention to it, to be honest. Watching ATXG around this level. If it breaks down any further, I'm just going to get out the rest and I can always revisit. And look at Li. Happy Toad asked about Li over in YouTube. Whoop. No thanks. SNTI back over 7. Yeah, just like I thought with MOTS. I'm probably going to kill that. That looks ready to break down. Mike C, no lobster for me. No lobster tonight. We didn't earn lobster tonight. Not with that JWEL trade. All right, that's it on MOTS. So out of that trade, essentially flat, minus a couple of dollars, really. So anybody in MOTS should be good now for a bounce. All right, ATXG bouncing on that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. We'll see. Rockets engaged. I am a little sore about this one. Oh, SNTI, oh my. Patrick, remember, you're never going to buy the bottom. You're never going to sell the top. You know, maybe one out of 1,000 trades, but you can get that part of the meat from there to there. You know, 7 out of 10 times, you'll be looking at an early retirement. To quote Mr. Jamie Hodge. Jamie, how are you over there in YouTube land? Yeah, I will be happy. Yes, when we wrap up Friday. I won't lie, I might only go to 4 o'clock tomorrow, at least on the mic, anyways, and I'll leave the rest open until 4:30. or to 4 o'clock. Sorry, yeah. I guess no reason to leave it open. Sometimes in my head, I think the market goes to 4:30 because I go to 4:30. All right, that ATGX has got me. Thanks, Jonathan. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how great my observations are. Also, I know I go dead silence for a while. I'm messaging back and forth with Brad a little bit here. Trying to add something to the software that I think everybody will like, but it has to, the stars and the moon kind of got to line up a little bit for us on it. So we'll see what happens. And trying to arrange a meeting with some folks. But I mean, yeah, hopefully you guys found at least a little value in some of what I'm doing here. I still maintain, the stuff that Real and William and Zach, Shady, Paradox. I mean, all you folks that have been around a long time, you guys post some incredible stuff. So, I mean, like I said, the value of this room is unbelievable. Don't listen to William. What's your crap? They only up like 3% for the whole day. I hate you, ATXG. And PEGY's got to figure out what it wants to do with its life. And I think me and PTXG are coming to an end here. Or ATXG, sorry, I think it said PTXG. I'm really watching this ATXG for a break on this 5.8 EMA here. That's the only thing keeping me in right now. Oh my SNTI. Ugh, Jay-Z. The stock makes me sick to my stomach. A couple of, I don't know if it was a few weeks ago or a month ago, I took a huge share size and a way oversized, and then proceeded to get stopped about 3 minutes later. Full stop. Raced an entire week of gains. Probably one of the dumbest trades in the last 3 or 4 years. It just happened to be when I was having one of my best weeks ever, and I got arrogant, and well, that was the result of getting arrogant. Little symmetrical triangle trying to play out here with ATXG on the 5-minute chart. It's going to do what it did at 7, the same as 8. Whoa, ATXG almost stopped me and then reversed. Next candle opened strong. There's $8 on SNTI. My goodness. I don't even know what to say at this point. Well, got Real's fantasy target and then some. Pretty incredible. Ricky, I don't use a percentage as a stop. Sorry, I just saw this now. I don't know how long ago you put that in. I apologize. I don't use a percentage. I use a few different things. Sometimes I'll use the bottom of a prior 15-minute candle. Sometimes it's a rising 8 EMA on a 15, sometimes rising 8 EMA on a 5-minute, and sometimes I use a low of the day for the stop. Or if there's a gap and it's not too far from the gap, I'll use the bottom of the gap. So those are my big ones. Those are my main go-tos. You're welcome, Ricky. A lot of what I set my stop on will be based on price action and what the daily chart looks like. ATXG, so close to the round number, do you mean? I'd sold a bunch already, and I'm in from 330 about, so I'm trying to be kind of liberal with it. And I just heard that bing over in YouTube. Jamie, I only scalped in and out of SNTI several times now. I hadn't had the courage to hold like I would have wanted to.
Hello.
Steve, how are you?
You tired yet?
A little bit. I go radio silence on these guys a lot when the chats come in and things like that. So
yeah. Well, I'll give you an hour off now because you've been hitting it hard.
Sounds good. I like yesterday with Jamie. I'm listening in to get my education from you guys as always.
Oh, good. Right on.
You steal the screen when you're ready, and I'll throw myself on mute on the YouTube
All right,
side.
let me do that. Let's end broadcast, right? I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Well, because I've done that before.
All right, how do I? I'm tripping on my screen here. How do I do my screen? Present, right?
Yeah.
Present.
I think they changed it because it
did.
used
It
to
looks
say something different.
Yeah, it looks a little different.
Yep, exactly.
All right, there's that, and there's the full screen. There we go.
You're in, and I'm on mute, but I'm here if you need me.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. Gosh, I hate when I do that. Let's start over. So this is a trade that I was in yesterday. Again, I bought it back because what I was saying was this was on the races and it was showing up with great volume. So I participated like here, and then I sold like here and here, and then thought, wow, this is getting real. I'm going to wait for it to pull back, and I'll reload here at my moving averages. Well, look, it did that sideways thing, which tells you how strong it really is. And then they came out with some news this morning, and I woke up to a lovely gap up. I sold 1/4. Kind of wish I had sold more, but guess what? I bought that 1/4 back down here. And whoever it was that was showing me last week, the 9 EMA, as you can see, I am still evaluating both of them. In the case of Beat here, it looks like it never really broke both of them. It touched the 10 SMA. The 9 EMA held, 9 EMA held. So it's weird. I'm really going to use kind of a combination of both now, just to kind of give me a little bit more information. So what I was saying is I sold, I gotta wonder, I bought it back around here because I could just see it was an ascending wedge. Those are can be very strong. And woke up to a wonderful gap up this morning. And so I probably should have sold more, but I did this. I sold 1/4 at the open. And then I watched it fall back. I thought, oh, geez, okay. This is why we wait for the key moving averages to come into play. I actually I sold 1/4, not a half. I sold 1/4. And I bought that 1/4 back here. So I'm really watching this thing today. It's doing 35 times relative volume right now in the middle of the day. Some big news came out on it. You know, people who want to monitor their heart. I think there's going to be a lot of those people going forward. And they can tie it to their iPhone or their iWatch. And it's a 12-point lead that gives the doctor on the other end a pretty good reading of all the data points that they need to know without people having to go to the hospital. So I see this as a perfect tool for hypochondriacs out there. That's just kind of the story. The chart is what's really interesting to me. So I've got the level 2 over here, just kind of watching it. Got a pretty good position in it in 2 accounts. Did the same thing in both accounts. Sold some at the open and bought some back here at the line. So I'm really keeping an eye on that. All right, so what's going on with you guys? Let's see. Yes, thank you for telling me I was muted. I have a question for you that is dead on with Beat. With what? Okay. Each day there seems to be a few race winners that continue upward for the next few days. Think back a few weeks ago, Nerve, yes, SNTI, and Beat, the recent one. How would you build a checklist around sifting through the winners and finding the ones that continue up potential? Okay, so here's what I would do. You know, this is the list that you want. You want the top 10 list. How do you get the top 10 list? SNTI has won 11 races, 8 races. You want to organize your races in that respect, because otherwise it's really kind of hard to see midway through the day who's been solid all day long. So what I would do is do this. Use your my liked, okay? Put a heart on the chart. All you have to do is Megal. What's going on? Megal looks interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Megal is. So I'll put a heart. That's all you have to do. And from there, your job is to just manage your my liked windows. I'm constantly taking names in and out of this. So you'll never lose track. If all you have to do is just click that heart button, you're never going to lose track of these names until you take it out of that list. That's how I would do it. And that is how I do it. I'm constantly hearting new ideas. So we'll see. Let's see. A bit much there. Here we go. And the beat goes on. Just ride those moving averages higher for me, please. I've got a bit more than I care for. Now, I don't even have to look over at the S&P, because what's happening over here? What's this all about? S&P high-low ticker is blood red. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that'll do it. So this is kind of my pulse. Speaking of heart monitors and stuff, this is my pulse of the market. Just kind of watching through and seeing if it's solid green or solid red. It just gives me an idea of what's happening out there. So back to your question, Perfect Circle, just at the end of the day, find things that were just on fire, or click through things that you like the chart on, but maybe it needs to pull back a little. It's up to you to determine which one of these you want to keep monitoring going forward. If it were me, I'd probably try and stick to the top 5 there each day, and then just add those into the heart, which adds the my liked window. If you don't have a my liked window, the way to do it is, I'll just share it here. I think you'll get the gist and the guts of the scan, and it'll work properly. So let's share this for those. My liked. Just go ahead and experiment with that and see if you can start populating the list with the hearts on your chart, because that's what we're trying to do here. Hi, Steve. SPY high low. How can you share that if you don't mind? Jonathan, sure. You do not have a my liked window. Well, you really should start using it. I'm glad you asked that question, and I'm glad I pointed you in the right direction. So Jonathan, SPY high low. Can you? Oh yes, I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, this one's pretty simple, but you're gonna have to do a little bit of work to it. Let me show you what you're gonna have to do. All you need is, once you've got the cloud copy, you're gonna have to go to configure. You're gonna have to go to symbol list. Notice I have S&P 500 checked. That's all you have to do. And I won't leave you there, because that would probably confuse you. If you don't have this up on there, there's a reason, because you've never went and fetched it. So really, step number 1 is to add our existing lists. Scroll down and find S&P 500. Bang, you click that, and all of a sudden it's active. You check the S&P 500 box, and all this is, guys, is a new high, new low. There are no filters. So this just gives me a pulse. I'll share that with you right now. High low pulse, I'll call it. There you go. Just don't forget to add and activate the S&P 500. All right, what's going on over here? Oh, mind mid. Picked up some of this way down here after that horrible news, and it's just kind of going sideways now. So I'm not going to lose faith in this one. This is a stock I've liked for a while, and they really disappointed me back here when they did the pump and dump. And I basically just sold it back here above 10 and said, I don't need any part of this. But then they dropped a secondary, which is super evil. And I thought, well, geez, how much more fear can you squeeze out of this thing? So sometimes playing on other people's pain it gives you a decent entry. Matter of fact, I told Brad here the other day, I said, gosh, dang it, I sold my XYZ or whatever it was. I can't take it anymore. And he said, that was great. I bought it. We call that playing off each other's pain. It works, I'm telling you. Sometimes if you got a friend in a chart and it still looks decent, but it's just really railroading them, play off their pain, jump in it, you get a better entry. Right, let's check on the SPYs here. Yeah, they're just having a rough time. Let's look at the bigger picture on all 3 of these. I'd like to do that because I'm still bearish on the market, guys. So as you recall, maybe I was talking to you, but boy, this day was a fake out. All right, I had to get out of my SQQs at the close. Lost a little bit. Thank God I did, because I've seen this before. Once they fake out the shorts and they reverse it with a green candle, you best get out, because they're going to gap it back up the next day and keep pushing. However, we're running into our famed 20 SMA over on the SPY, real close. And those wicks tell me the price doesn't like being close to that line. Let's take a look at the Qs. Another wick, and this time it also pushed up and barely kissed its 20. So we're in a bounce range that was basically catching the shorts off guard. Some of the shorts probably bailed. Some of them might be reloading right here, like I did. I bought TZ8. So let's look at IWM. And the Russell really has a nice print, because the 20 held it there. And now we got a big rejection wick here midday. tell you what, if this IWM and the market rolls back over and gives up, you know, back to lows and kind of fills the gap down here, it's not going to be good. It's just not going to be good. All right, let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yeah, Jonathan, it's like a ticker. It just kind of tells, I don't have to type it in all the time, but I'll tell you what happens if I'm really, really short in the market and I look over there and this thing is just screaming green after green. I'm like, okay, I got to bring up the SPY and see, do I need to get out? Is my short still working? I mean, in this case, I'm short the IWM via TZA. So we always look at the main ETF underlying to get a picture of where the moving averages and the indicators are, because you do not want to do that with the inverses. The inverses will look a little different. They're a little more crazy, as you can see. I've got a price alert here at 38. If this comes back down to 38, I might just bail on these. We'll see. But I'm going to hold this TZA. I'm not bullish on the market, guys. And again, if you were with me, I think we talked about it maybe on Friday. They got me good right there. I went into the weekend short, thinking we were going to have a Monday follow through. And I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the elections are coming up here in a month. Maybe the powers that be just don't want to let this market fall too bad. I mean, that's a crazy saying, but I mean, typically markets are buyers and sellers coming together. But sometimes there's some extenuating forces in there, kind of helping things out, in my opinion. So that's what the indexes look like, all pretty much the same. They're a little vulnerable. The Qs are back below their intraday moving averages. Here, I'll tell you, I'm going to put an alert right there. And if that alert goes off, I don't know, maybe I'll even add, even though that's the Qs, I would be adding, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put IWM. I'm going to put IWM alert. If it goes back to lows, I might add to it. Hi, Asia, AVDL. I haven't even looked at that one. And I'm not the super momentum intraday day trader that Barry is and some other people are. I like to slow things down and let them work for me. Looking to enter SNTI. That's a crazy AVDL chart. I mean, why did it reverse so hard yesterday? But look at where it held, guys. You regulars that follow me, the 130, 130, 130 it held. Which is funny because I think, let me see if it was that one. No, it was beat. This is why I bought beat back yesterday. Look in. Okay, so here's yesterday. Let me zoom out a little bit. So there's all that noise after that big run up. It barely pulled back in price. It hit this level down here. What did it do? It went sideways. And it goes sideways until it waits for the indicator to kick it back into play. Once I saw that 130 and the half of that green candle, I didn't even think twice. I jumped back in and said, if I don't get in now, I'm probably going to miss this trade. So that's why I got into that one yesterday. Hoping we hold some moving averages here. All right. Do you think if you took a spreadsheet of all the winners that continued over the last 5 weeks, you could find any common characteristics of the winners? It probably would be more of a waste of time because there's so many different things that you could look at: relative volume, price, short float. And remember, a lot of these things are kicking off on catalysts too. I mean, let's go to SNTI. News. No real news on that one. Interesting. But I happen to know that the reason beat jumped up today is because they have a new patent that's going to be pretty dope for remote EKG sending to the doctors. Hypochondriac's dream. I'm sorry, just catching up on some stuff here. Okay, Mike C, what's up? Oh, somebody asked me about, I'm sorry, JP. SNTI. I couldn't see that symbol. And you're thinking about entering here, 755. I can't type today. All right. Well, we are approaching lunchtime. This thing has had a hell of a move, 3 days. I hate to say it, but I kind of see this as the 3-day blow off right here. You got to be really careful because that thing just really exploded. So the shorts probably capitulated. The FOMOs chased it. You're thinking about entering it at 755. Well, that's right here. I would wait and see. I mean, there's your moving averages. That's how I played the beat. So maybe 7. But let me tell you this: if you want to bid into something like this at 7, just be aware from where it has come. It's already come from $1 7 days ago. There comes a time when these things do want to take a break. So my point is, if you're itching to buy it, you can give yourself kind of a free look here at 7. But then if it happens to roll over and post a closing candle below the moving averages, I would immediately get out. So you're looking for momentum. In my opinion, you might be a little late to the momentum, especially with this little blow off here. But I wouldn't fault anybody for trying to buy on that moving average, even though late in the day, sometimes they don't hold that average. You could really give yourself a free look and just give yourself, I don't know, 20 cents and see if it works. But I wouldn't do it. That's simply because I don't like chasing momentum late in the day. The moving averages seem to like to break down. I keep getting disconnected from my server. I don't like that. I'm not getting disconnected from you guys. Beat is doing what I hoped it would. A lot of people took profits up here. The short sellers jumped in. They think it's crap. But then this is the level of interest right here. So what I need is just for this to hold. And in a perfect world, by the end of the day, I've got a long, long bottoming tail and some green on this daily candle. That would be lovely. But for now, I mean, I'm going to do the same thing. If this thing rolls back over and starts bleeding red under these moving averages, I'll probably sell half, maybe even more. I have too much to try and risk breaking rules, and my rules are, once that line is broken, which it was not broken here. So it's showing me that it can hold that line, but if it decides to break that line, then that's a tell that I need to be aware of. KRBP. Dyslexic is so hard for me to type the right symbol sometimes. Okay, so that's a good pattern, right? What do we got here? Biopharma, that's a tough one for me to hold overnight, but those can be interesting day trades. You've got, excuse me, 6 times relative volume, doing great volume. As you can see, before it did this, it was kind of a, Morse code, dots and dashes. I prefer to see reds and green candles without dots and dashes. So what you have going for you here is the same thing I want in beat. You have a nice gap up. People sell the gap up, take profits, short it, whatever. But here's where it starts to get interesting. If you can pick up and hold those moving averages, that is a beautiful pattern. So you need to stick around, I think, and see what happens if you can take out that top high earlier today. That's what I would do. Of course, the stock, one more thing, the stock isn't in a downtrend. And if you look left, you can pretty much see why that was the high of the day, right, guys? 50-day moving average, general health. Sellers jumped right in it there. This is why I use moving averages. The sellers, the quants, the algos, they use these as key inputs. All right, next question. Jewel turned to J-Hell. Worst trade in a month. No dinner tonight. I don't know. Let's see what happened over there. Yikes. Look at the profile. What the hell do they do? Holding company. Oh, they're all over the place. Cosmetic, health, nutritional supplements, household, basically like the, okay, vitamins, edible fungus. I'm familiar with that. Functional. So what happened here? Appearing into Juul's global recent short interest. Okay, so it's it was a short interest play, but that's why it opened up strong. But all I see on that chart is manipulation with a capital M. Yeah, that sucks. That's a stinker. I'm sorry that happened. What do we got here? 28.6 million float. It looks like there was an article that came out on Benzinga that tried to get short squeezers going, which happened right on the open, and then they slammed it. So that's just crazy. Sorry. Jonathan, anything in the A table look interesting to you? Let's go through them. Again, we're in a bear market. So bear market doesn't always have the perfect backdrop for a panic short squeeze. The shorts feel empowered when the market's moving lower. All right, let's go through them here one at a time. Weber. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'll get back to you. I just got to manage this. Sorry, guys. I'll be right there. All right. So where were we? We were talking about Juhel. Yes, Patrick, that sucks. KRPB, want to see it breaking out of a ascending triangle. Yeah, we talked about that one. That one looks like, let's go back to that one real quick. Problem on that one was this 50-day moving average. What you really need is to get this thing back above the 50-day moving average. It's quite possible they could tickle that new high and then reverse, but you don't want that. You want them to get through that high and blast through that 50 daily. That's what you need. Why the hell am I frozen here? Okay, next question. Lester. Hi, Lester. Are you able to share all that I see on your screen as a docked window? Well, I don't have it as a docked window, but I can share it. I'll do that now. And I remember we're going to go through the we're going to go shoot through the short stuff here. Wait a minute. I can't get my screen back. There we go. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do for you on that one. We go File, Save to the Cloud, entire layout. It's all checked. Now remember that some of these might not include the symbol lists that you need to run them, such as the sector ETFs. You have to add your own ETF sectors, the S&P 500. But that is the cloud link to my entire layout. You can just kind of fish through it if you want. Oh, come on, beat, get back above 60. Put an alert there. 6, I mean, get back above 6. Jamie Lee, how did you find beat originally? On the races. Found it on the races. And I got it, pretty early the first time. Okay, so I think it was like on the races on this day right here. So I picked some up on that day. Went ahead and sold half. Felt pretty good about that trade. Waited for a pullback maybe to here to buy back into it, but we did not get it. We got the stronger of the two. We got the sideways action right into close to the moving averages. Okay, so let's go through the short A table, like somebody asked, and see if anything sticks out. Again, what I was saying was backdrop of the market is weak. Shorts feel empowered. They might not be so susceptible to be scared and squeezing. Here's the IW. I'm just back and forth. So first one is Weber. Weber's been on and off here a few times. 49% short the float. 19 million in the float. What Weber does have going for it here, as you can see, it reclaimed the 50. 1, 2, 3, reclaim. So, I mean, if this thing flattens out, it's looking pretty good, actually. These moving averages are beneath it. For whatever reason, a catalyst would help. That's not a bad looking setup. I'll go ahead and just let myself know in case it decides to do something. Weber, the next one was Bluebird Biotech. Well, negative revenue. 35% short float. Biotechs, I'm just not a fan of. This thing has just been rising for 6 days. It's probably going to come and test that high and reverse. I don't like that. UPST. Not bad, but these things are all in horrible downtrends for a reason. Watch what happens if I go to the A table. Let me change a configuration here real quick. Remember, we're in a pretty ugly market right now, so my stock composite rating is just an F. Just give me anything that's breathing. But what if I put 80 in here? These should be some pretty good charts, and these are the charts that we want to exploit in a short squeeze, if we're ever lucky to get one. So let's see what's in there. 5 stocks. Stop doing that to me. Okay, Court, not bad. It's still below its 50. CRK, above all its moving averages, 21%. You could look at that. 4, trying to reclaim the 200, not bad. Payment class system. So all I had to do is change one little filter here to show me strong stocks that have a short float. But considering the market right now, I think I'd rather focus on all stocks. What the heck? There's some crazy stuff happening to me. Next one, we'll go back and try and reconfigure that because there's just not a lot of good stuff on there. I will say that first one that we looked at was interesting, which was Weber. Of all of these, Weber has a giant short float. It's regaining its 50. I might even put a moving average price alert right there back at the 50 for a pullback because I could be interested in that. Weber barbecues, right? People buying barbecues and trying to save money at home, maybe, who knows? But there's a reason it's short 47%. All right. Let's pick up some more questions here. Yes, we did that, Lester. Jamie Lee, hey, we found beat. So we found it originally on the races, and then I hearted it, and I never lost track of it. I started reading more about it, started getting into the story immediately on this day back here. That was just a trade to me, and I wanted to reload because I kind of want to be in this thing. So I'm really working on my second trade right now. I got in yesterday right there, right above that green bar. Got a wonderful gift. Probably should have sold more on the open, but I only sold a quarter because greed is a very powerful emotion. Okay, what kind of stocks does the score rating work best on? I would say swing trading, Jonathan, because the score is really predicated on a lot of daily. Well, it's predicated on daily and intraday. So if it's above its moving average on the daily, but then slips below intraday moving average, that might take a couple points off. But the cool thing is if you'll put stock composite rating on your single stock window, you can watch this number change in real time. You know, Investors Business Daily has some sort of a composite rating, but it only changes once a week. If I add a column for score, would that generally help me find better stuff? If you add a column for score and you put a minimum in there, of 80, you're basically going to see decent stocks going up, lower left to upper right in the chart. So all it's really doing is it's saving you like 10 technical filters and 4 or 5 fundamental filters. Each one of those gets a score and it combines to be a composite score. And the way in which we made it was kind of like a college grading curve. That's why I call it the A table. When I first used it, I used a minimum value score of 90 percentile students, the A table, because the market was going up. And the A table showed me stocks that the shorts were really missing out on in terms of, well, they weren't missing, they were being stubborn. You see a stock going to highs and riding above all its moving averages, and you look down and it's still got 30% short the float. That's the kind of stuff I was interested in back then. So the score just really makes it easier for you to find a good daily chart. If you put let's put a 90 in here. I'll show you this. We'll put a 90 in here. I haven't shared it yet, I know. Okay, we'll put a 90. But the problem is the short float of 20, that's too high. So let's just make the short float 5 and see how many more we get. And the point is I want to look at what a 90 gives you on the daily. Pretty good daily chart, right? That's a 90. That's an A+. Wow, it's riding its moving averages too. CCXI, kind of an ugly chart because it's been purchased. That's out of play. DEN, Denbury, oil and gas extraction. Okay, well, they're moving higher. So again, a 90 composite score minimum is going to get you charts that are moving lower left to upper right. We can see the score on each of these. This one's a 94, probably because of that gap up. CEIX, 91, barely made it. What's HLIT? HLIT's a 93. So if you wanted to just start with a basic CVNA, if you wanted to just start with a basic premise of I only want to buy strong stocks, well, then you'd probably be best off using that score rating of a minimum 90, excuse me, and then add some more, maybe even take out the short float, but add some more filters. let's just take out that short float and see how many stocks are above 90. That's all we're going to look at now. Short float, go bye-bye. Average daily volume, 500,000 shares. What stocks are above 90%? What are we going to get this time? How much bigger list? So it's still sorting by the short float. But now you've got all these stocks on here that have a 90 score, and you can pretty much guarantee they're all above their moving averages. That MPC was kind of interesting. So does that make sense, hopefully? And it's a really simple scan, too. I'm just going to put it back to where it was, and then I can share it. I had it at 50. Short floats greater than 20. Kind of the D and the F table. It's kind of the, what do you call it? The Saturday class? Detention. This is now the detention table. Everybody's failing here on the composite score. Okay, there's a table. Each lit has a score of 90, yeah. Okay, good question. Are you using the 10-day moving average scans in the Market Explorer? I don't look every day, but over here, I think I've got something going on with that. Let's see. This is the 10 SMA daily. Okay, so today, this came down, or this is today. Yes, this is only one stock today. These Twitter was all the other days. So there's the 10 SMA daily play. And hang on. Oh, what's this one? I believe this is a gap. 10 SMA play intraday. Oh, okay, this is the intraday one. So check this out. TS, boom, pulled back, caught its 10-day, 15-minute, 10-period moving average. Adobe, boom, right in its 15 moving average. So I find more value in this one. And guys, all you have to do is just go to New Market Explorer, strategy, and it's going to be under moving averages. There it is, 10 SMA 15-minute, 10 SMA daily, 10 SMA weekly. So you can recreate these charts easily using the Market Explorer. There is no configuration. Okay, so shared that. Come on, beat, get back up there. SNTI continues to win races. Oh, okay, so there's that 7 level. So you see it's fighting. And I mentioned if you really wanted to bid into that 7 level, if it rolls back over and this candle closes 10 cents lower, just get out. That is going to be your signal candle to not stick around. Sorry, guys, another text here. Where are we? Yes. Who was that was going to buy SNTI on the pullback to the moving averages? Was it Jonathan? Let's scroll back. JP. Yeah. So that's kind of the nice thing about buying pullbacks is you get kind of a free look Do you get a free look if you're chasing a bunch of green candles? No, you're just asking for a reversion to the mean. It's more fun to plot where the pullback could be, try and take a decent entry, and like I said, if you're wrong, it doesn't hurt so much. And if you just use that method that I use, the very first closing candle under these 10 SMA or 9 EMA, that's your quiet signal to get up and walk out and sell before anybody else sees it. WM doing? That blue line right there is a stop, by the way. If I'm wrong, I'm going to admit I'm wrong here on this TZA at 38. Wow, looks like we're caught up. And then Jonathan, I think you have several pullback scanners. Do you look at those intraday or mostly, or probably mostly at the end of the day? I'm not looking for pullback scanners. As a matter of fact, we just wrote a great blog. It's actually my daughter. She's been doing some good writing with some good instruction. So let me show you something. This is what we discussed yesterday. And so I'm going to do pullback above the 50. So here's a scan that's showing me pullbacks to the 50. Well, actually, it's above the 50. Most of them wind up on the 20. But that's all I've got. These are all the pullback signals I have. During the bull market, this was just layer upon layer of stocks pulling back and getting bought. So I'm not really in a buying mood, is what I'm trying to say, buying pullbacks. Let me show you something. Here's what we do. Let's duplicate. No, I don't want to duplicate into a doc. Duplicate. Okay, so there's the same window. Let's go into it and let's use, if you're not familiar with, the magic flip button. Everything is going to be inverted when I hit that and I launch it. So what that means now, look at all those ideas. Remember, this one was looking for pullbacks going up, but this one flipped it upside down to say, hey, this thing just ran up. Do you want to fade it at the moving average? Let's take a look here. Come on, charts. Trying to find a really good, here we go. This is a really good one, right into the 20. So instead of buying a pullback in a bull market where you buy the dip, we are trying to sell the rip in a bear market. So you've got to learn how to start short selling. If you don't have it, you're basically trying to win a tennis match by standing there and playing four hands only. If you don't have a backhand, you're just not going to give yourself a balanced attack and a balanced method. So the flip button totally inverts it. I'm more interested in probably shorting ideas on this scan than I would be definitely trying to buy anything on the upside. Look how many names are in here just from flipping it upside down. What this tells us is the market has changed. These are all dead cat bounces popping up into moving averages. Not always perfectly. But there, I think I've made my point. Do you look at those intraday or mostly to plan the following day? Pullbacks are ETFs, I mean? Yeah, a lot of PB or ETFs pullback. I enjoy ETFs. I like ETFs. That's one of the ways I short the market in general. But maybe I didn't fully understand your question. Yeah, a lot of pullback PB or ETFs. AYTU, somebody's watching. Volume coming in here. Look at 8,000%, 5,000%, 1 and 5 minute volume. Something's going on. What I'll do sometimes, guys, is go into Twitter and just type in $AYTU, and you will see what the crowd is talking about. Oh, this is reacting to news. Let's see if there's any news. Nope, there's no news today. It's been in a downtrend. It's been fighting its 20-day moving average. I think the call for this thing today is if it can close above its declining 20-day SMA, maybe there's something there. Also in rum. This one's being a little nasty, but it's the trade of the week, by the way. So let me just reset that. Okay. So the blue line was the trigger. I think the blue line was the trigger. I think it was a bit higher, actually. Yeah, it was around 50. I can't remember where it was. Yeah, I think it was like right there, 36. So my rum triggered 2 days ago on some excitement, and it's dropped back into the range here. Right now it's under this 130, so it's guilty until proven innocent. I really don't want to see this thing get slammed and roll back down. But the trade of the week itself was a range play, so you've got to be able to stick it out down here to 1180, and there's not a lot of 14 million in the float. There's just not a whole lot going on, so it could be a very volatile thing. All right. To clarify, most of the pullback scanners recently. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, a lot of times we'll see that, Jonathan, especially like in a really bad down market day. You'll see the races showing up with all the the different types of ETFs. Who are they again? I remember who they are. Let me just try TZA. Yeah, it's the Drexions. You'll see that X show up in a lot of races. You know it's a bad day. The story is Adderall shortage. Oh, what are people going to do? Adderall shortage. That's interesting. Yeah, interesting. Learned something there. Okay, yeah, I got you, Jonathan, now. Hi, Rajiv. It's still Steve. Chris will be back in a minute, but I was just setting an example like the A table here. There's tons of stuff on there, but somebody asked about the score composite. What filter? What does that do? And it takes care of about 9 or 10 technical indicators and 3 or 4 fundamentals. So what I did was I said, well, let's just find all the stocks. Here, let's go to 95. Let's really crank it up here. The A pluses. We'll get rid of any short float whatsoever. So all this scan is going to show us now is a simple composite of any stock that's above a 95% score. We got one, just Val. Val is the only one above 95. So we'll loosen this up a little bit, just out of curiosity. Let's do 85. We're just bringing in more symbols based on looser conditions. Lot under the 85s there. So yeah, you can see a lot of stocks show up there, and they're going to be probably above their moving averages for the most part. So if you just want to keep it simple and find stocks that are above their moving average, it's a relative strength play for sure. You can find relative strength doing that. Yeah. Can you share this one, please? Yeah, sure. I'll share it as it is in this configuration. You can always play around with it yourself. I shared it above, but it had some different settings. So there you go. All right, I got a few more minutes before Chris comes in. Any other questions or check my. We're short additional Adderall shortage. Do you ever pay attention to the 10 SMA on a 5? No, I stopped looking at the 5-minute chart when I started day trading. And that's the only reason. I mean, I can see some correlations sometimes on the 5 and the 10, but I never see it as closely and as well as I do on the 15. But that said, I'm a swing trader, and therefore the 5-minute chart time frame doesn't help me. It actually hurts me and gives me too much information. So I just use the 15 and the daily. Doesn't mean it's wrong, doesn't mean it's right. It's just whatever works for you. Another name, CING with the ADHD, SUPN. Should have one called Speed or Meth. No, nobody wants that symbol. All right, Jonathan, last week, I think you and Jamie led an after-hours office. It was Jamie and Anthony. Or no, it was me. Yeah, on Monday. It was a Monday. And I think Jamie mentioned that he had a friend that would trade the races but avoid tickers with big wicks. What do you think? I agree with that. I don't want to see big wicks. The more wicks you see, it's just telling you I'm dangerous. Stay away. Red, porcupine. I like clean candled wicks, clean green, clean red, but something that just goes up and down and reverses. You really want to ask yourself, do you want to play in that playground? Because it looks pretty psychotic to me. So yeah, as you go through the races and you see things that just have giant wicks, I assume they would mean on the intraday. Yeah, there's a lot of wicks in that one. But I would agree with that comment, and I actually missed that comment. Here's an interesting setup. Wet G has won some races, I think. Oh no, I just clicked into it. Where is this thing? How did I get to it? Oh, there it's over here on this race. So it's won 2 races today, but check it out. Nice push in the morning. Sideways action is so strong. Where did it find support? Oh, this gets redundant saying this so many times. Found support right at our averages, the 10 or the 9. Shot back up, doing the same thing. Now you can make a good case that maybe we want to try and bid that level right there. And you probably could, but the problem is, for me, it's already done it once. I would have rather have seen that one before lunch. You get a second one, and then it's lunchtime. There's a lot of day traders out there, and they want to go home flat, especially in some of these volatile things. So, like I had said to the other gentleman, you can take a shot right here, and your risk reward should be pretty simple, because if a candle rolls over and closes below that area, then you just get out. You're looking at probably 5, 10, probably only 5 or 6 cents. But the problem for me is I don't trust the remainder of this day. All of these wonderful moves happen in the first 3 hours of the day.
Most of the time, yes.
Yes, most of the time, in my experience. Sometimes you get one, but you never know. But that's why I highlighted this one right here, because it is, it is close to lunch hour, but this is a pretty nice looking chart.
SNTI, after that big collapse, is making a bid back at 8 right now. Just kissed off it again. So I know that's not your cup of tea to trade. It used to not be mine, but
let me tell you,
over the last couple of months.
Yeah, who was it? It was JP way back said, well, what do you think about SNTI? I'm looking at 755. And I said, well, why don't you let it come down to these moving averages?
Mm-hmm.
And if it does, you get yourself a free look. Because if this thing wants to continue, it's going to hold this. Downside, it's been up 4 or 5 days in a row. Downside, we're heading out of lunch, end of day. But looky, it held that. So the point I was making here is that these pullback free looks, it gives you an easy out if it bleeds lower. It's a quick, easy out. Rather than being these guys that chased it up here, they have to suffer all that loss. That's my main philosophy.
Indeed. So it's 1-ish if you're ready to skedaddle.
I gotta go to the div meeting. I need a break.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later, Steve. I'll grab the screen back and you're good to go.
All right.
All right. Let me grab that screen. And you're back on me in YouTube and back on the mic in both rooms. So just let me know that you guys can hear me in YouTube. Make sure that we're looking good there. That ATXG that I'd been in when I walked away, I set a stop and it got hit. But I walk away happy. Oddly enough, with all the computer troubles I had to start Monday and this filling in for Barry roll, I had a pretty good week. So even if I sit out tomorrow, I'd be happy for the week here. Watching this SNTI for an 8 break here, I was really watching it when this 8 EMA on the 15-minute caught it, but I just didn't know. I want to chase that there. All right, thanks, David. Appreciate it. Like I said, it's been a good day now. A couple of real fast in and outs on SNTI on the way up, and a couple of good trades in ATXG. Set a good day for me. Of course, JWEL will be licking my wounds from that one, but I didn't let it sour the day. Thanks, Mookie. Appreciate it. I try to, as I always say when I'm on the YouTube side of things, I try to pay it forward the way that the folks that were here before me treated me. So sorry, just looking at some emails. There's a lot of emails waiting for me right now. So I'm just trying to catch up on, there's a whole lot of emails in here for me right now, and I'm trying to see if anybody needs immediate attention. I don't like anybody sitting when there's something really, really important going on. I wonder here with ATGX if that was it. We got the 8 on the 5 here curling over, and it's starting to bend and flatten. We're in the sleepier part of the day too, so for whatever that is worth. I have not looked at these races in forever. It looks like a lot of fades off of this here. PRVB still holding tight, defending around the 6 level. So perhaps that sets up for a later day run. BEAT, I haven't looked at that in a long time. Really kind of come undone. I don't like the look of that at all. JZ, I wouldn't trust that stock at all. SOBR, same thing. That looks tired and done to me. For now, anyways. JWEL, I can't imagine that'll do anything else for the rest of the day, but I guess one never knows. But yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen there. China, I should have known better. If I had seen that Chinese flag on here, I'd have never taken that trade. W key. No, that looks all to be all done. MOTS. All right, so made its bid above 3, and that was it, and gave it right back up again. I don't think there's anything there. AMV, that's a wild one today. A 50-cent spread on it right now. And ATGX still hanging around this area right here. Around 380. SNTI, did that make it? Nope, never popped above 8 again yet. So, well, we'll see. Painting itself into a corner again here with $8 in this rising moving average. So we'll see what happens. Excellent, JP. Good to hear that. I like seeing people as winners. I would say that you want to use, I mean, if you want scans to work at certain times, I'd build the scans around that time with time of day filter. So what you might want to do is if you have two scans that, or, you know, if you have one scan that works well in the morning for you, but you want it to be kind of fresh alerts for the afternoon, maybe duplicate it and then set up time of day filters in the duplication and put them in a multi-strat window together and give them different colors. So, you know, color X is working at this time of the day based on the time of day filter, and color Y is working at a different time of day. That would be my thought process into it. So as for alert windows, you've got this here, time of day filter, because there's no other time of day filter. It's just done in minutes, everything else. So this is time of day, and you can, you know, say have the scan work in between, you know, X amount of minutes after the open and Z amount of minutes after the open, like that. But everything else that you look for, you know, like if you're trying to find a spike, you know, change, let's say just you want to find a change, you know, spike over 1 minute, you know, it's just going to be looking back at the current 1 minute. That's all. There's no way to say, find me the spike at the 1 minute at 12 o'clock noon, for example. So that's where the time of day filter would come in because then the scan, when it goes live with the time of day filter, would be fresh again. BRY sale chatter. Williams long at 9:15. Let's take a look. BRY. Whoops, can't look at it like that. So I'll leave that there for a few minutes in case we got to revisit. Wow, what a move. Yeah, it's just something. It seems. Which version are you on? Shady. You know, helping about. I'm gonna guess you're on 5.6.4. It seems to be happening to people all of a sudden after working fine for a while. I'll drop another beta here. You're probably gonna get stuck in that loop. I'm sorry. There's no there'll probably be nothing else we could do other than for you to download the next beta. And if that doesn't work, then I'll give you a super secret beta. So here you go, Shady. That's the current beta. If you're already on 5.6.9, let me know, and we'll try something else. Ah, crap. All right, give me 1 second then, Shady. All right, Shady, email me here at support SCPORT at email me there. All right, and I'll give you something that should take care of that for you. You'll have to download and install this version here. Let me know when you sent the email. And then, sorry, yeah, that's the only way you got to shut down. But it might just keep happening to you now, Shady. I don't know why all of a sudden it does that. I'm not sure if there's an update with Microsoft that caused it, or Windows or whatever. Calvin, when you say connect to IB, are you talking about external linking or Brokerage Plus linking? Okay, looking for that to come in now. Sometimes it takes a second to work its way. There it is. Okay. All right, I sent that back off. You should see that filter back to you in just a moment there, Shady. External. Calvin, what version of the software are you on? If you go to help and about, what are you on? Go help about. Tell me what you're on. So there goes MOTS through 3 again. Does it have legs this time? It's funny that you mentioned that, Poe. I was looking at it too. I'm not going to touch that stove again. I think. It's a small price stock, so. All right, that's probably why, Calvin, that you have to wake up, because IB's made a lot of changes since that version of the software you're on is like 2.5 years old. Probably, no, I'm lying. Maybe 20 months old. So IB's made tons of changes on their end, and we've had to keep up with their changes essentially. So that's probably why you're having that issue. So without updating, you're going to be kind of stuck with that. As they change things, there's nothing we can do on our end, unfortunately. And then And yeah, Mookie, sorry, I lost track of what we were talking about there. I thought you were asking, sorry, I think I misunderstood what you were asking. I thought you were looking for like a scan to find stocks spiking at around this time X, and then a scan to find stocks spiking around time Z, is what I thought you were looking for. Let me reread what you were really asking. What version of the software are you on, Michael? If you go to help and about. Okay, so I didn't understand right. Yeah, so that's what I would do. I would have, so you can, for example, here, I've got this parabolic scanner. Let me load that. I don't use it, but I think it'll be a good example. All right, so what you could do is this. You could say with configure, or you can go like this. I'm sorry. You got number one here, and then you can duplicate it. All right. And so you can come over to configure. Newest beta. All right, Michael, give me an email to that. Here, I'll put it in again. So email me there. Let me know when that went through. So again, Mookie, what I would do is this. There goes SNTI through 8. Time of day. Add that filter. All right. And then 0 minutes would be at 9:30. And let's say 30 minutes would be till 10 o'clock. So the scan's only active till that time, and you save it like that. And then I would do, let's say the next time you want the scan to be active is, let's say 10:30 to 11. So time of day. Add that filter again. And then you'd go, 60 minutes to 90 minutes. Right. And then you can take these and put them in a multi-strat window. And you can do this as many times as you want, essentially. So if you go file, new multi-strategy window. All right. And now you can right click, collaborate, copy that here. All right. And with the multi-strategy, right click, strategies, new strategies, collaborate, get rid of what's in there, put that in. There you go. And then you can do the same thing with this one. And then, you can give them if you want to give them different names and backgrounds to know the times like that. And that's what I would recommend to you. All right, I sent that off to you, Michael. You got it. All right, perfect. There's all those. MOTS couldn't really make it through 3. SNTI rejected off of 8. Again, pretty solid rejection. IMVT back on the races here. Just creeping along through the day. Wow, TBLT. What are you doing? Yeah, no. I mean, maybe, but no. I don't know. I don't like that chart. When I see a stock that does this a lot with these big topping shadows constantly happening, it makes me weary. ATXG just looks like it's really gave it up high. Yep, there it goes. So that's kind of the feeling I was getting on this here. All right, sounds good, Shady. And then you can email us back to there too and let us know. Haven't looked at the market in a while. So yeah, just chopping around here. So what are we going to get an inside day today? Spinning top doji so far. I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of how we finish. Mike, see, I just saw the comment over there. Sorry, I know a few minutes late here. I was helping someone in a chat. No MOTS train for me. I'm done for the day. I mean, all right. I'm not done, but I'm most likely done. I have a marketing meeting at 2:00, and I'll be on mute from 2 to 3, and I'm pretty distracted during those. Yeah, like I said, Mike, see, I won't rule out another trade happening, period, but unlikely. It's really got to be an A+ setup. It was a battle coming back today from getting stopped on JWEL to have a nice day. So I think the multi-window is going to mess with the scan somewhat, so you can set the foreground and background colors on it. Let me load a multi-window here. So yeah, you're going to have to reset it, I think. So if you go to configure or go to strategies, go to the strategy and then go to colors, and it'll give you foreground and background colors, and you can set it like that. And then I don't always mess with colors, but here, just in case, there might be something here that helps you from the user guide. Really don't do too much messing with colors. So you take a look here, and here. One was for multi, one was for alert. There's probably some overlap in there, but there might be something there. Is that for Michael? Is that for IB? Like PEGY might make me take a trade. It's got room. If it can get back above 4, we look at high a day, and then we look at not far off that 484. Wait, it's Save the Think or Swim. External linking. Because we've never been able to get Thinkorswim to save. Huh. That's strange. Because I use Thinkorswim. I don't have it saved. I'm going to have to experiment with that. That's probably why. Yes, that's exactly why, because you didn't close Thinkorswim. I suspect when you close Thinkorswim, it'll kill the thing. They're not very kind to us, Thinkorswim. But I do like that ladder for trading. PEGY. A nice increase in volume, looks like. Wow, tops. Yeah, I really gave it up after that. I thought KITT might be the one today. I thought if it could get above yesterday's high, it might roll. I was not only wrong, I was very wrong. Glad I didn't take it. Throw myself on mute for a second. Sorry, guys. That helicopter's like flying over me. That was pretty wild, those military copters like that. ATXG breaking down even further. And PEGY couldn't get up over that 4 handle there. All right. Nope, I'm here. Sorry, Paradox. I'm just going through so a lot of emails right now, sitting and waiting. I'm trying to pick my way through anyone that needs immediate attention, or if it's something I can let other people handle. All right, everybody, I'm going to throw myself on mute here. Marketing meeting is going to start in a moment. And I should be back around 3-ish or so. All right, we wrapped that up a little early. I have to leave at about 2:30 or so for something. But here we are. Just reading some of the comments here. Yeah, market does not look too healthy right now. MOTS keeps pushing on 3. Can't really seem to get by that, but it is wedging up without any question. It's ascending triangle again. So, well, we'll see. TBLT surprising me here. Just grinding away on the whole day here. So up 28% from the open. No, up 28% from the open / close. So open flat. Increasing volume into a 2 running up to and over 3. Small float. So, I mean, it could. ATGX rebounding a little bit here. Look at some of the recent race winners really quick. So NRDY, not a whole lot to comment. There are only 200,000 shares so far, 268,000 shares. RCKT, a little more interesting. Getting that up above this level here. Kind of goes way back. Just over 500,000 shares traded there. SHFS, was this the high flyer of yesterday? Yeah. So look at nothing traded in that today. That's funny. GLOP. Nothing. Peloton. I mean, it's had a bit of a run here when it broke back above 850, but I mean, looking at a chart, there's no like real edge on this thing for me. I don't know. Everything feels kind of sleepy right now. SNTI just kind of plowing in this range now for the last couple hours. Perhaps that can set up for another late day run. Michael does like things boring in that regard. The good kind of boring, though. The good kind of boring. Oh, send 2. We don't have that on the races, huh? I will drop that as a suggestion. Thank you. Good call. PERI kind of creeping away on a big day here, actually. Not as big percent wise as some of these other movers, but still steady as she goes. And that Mott's break over 3 again. Yeah, the filters will be a tough one. There are a gajillion zillion requests for filters right now, and I think the issue is storage space and the data that it creates. When we get to AWS officially and 100% and all the kinks are worked out, we might start doing some filters again. But yeah, the opening range is only an alert right now. You're right. I would suspect that among the first filters that will get dropped, if and when they start adding filters again, will be EMAs. But don't quote me on that, of course. But that's probably the number one requested thing. So, all right, I'll be going mute in a moment here. KPRX, saw that a few times today. these big moves, but tough spread, tough to catch. All right, going on mute, everybody. I'll be back shortly. Alrighty, I am back, everyone. Get rid of that. And then in about 25 minutes or so, I'll mute myself to the main room and shift over to YouTube completely, but I'll leave the main room open. So yeah, it looked like after I left PEGY, I was able to bust up on and through $4, looking very strong right there now. And MOTS continues to bang on that 3 level. Really sloppy grinder, but there it is nonetheless. TBLT continuing to hang around and grind. ATGX kept breaking down, it looks like. TLRY nuts. Tilray? Whoa. Hello. I won a race a couple of races ago. Must have news. I don't see any news on it. Well, looks like they're coming to take me away. Oh, okay. Wow. Where was he when I got in trouble years ago? That's a story for another time, though. Anywho. Very nice, Paradox. Well, hopefully that continues to roll for you. Although I don't really get why pardoning all that makes such a difference to them now. I mean, anyways, whatever. How many moves actually make sense, anyways? Ugh, MOTS. Anywho. Where was he last week? Oh, Larry. Oh, I completely forgot to make mention. If anybody is not a Trade Idea subscriber and you're poking your head through and looking around and feeling things out. Here's a link to sign up for our test drive. It is an early registration. All right. So if you were to sign up now, you have to wait till just after market close on the 14th. All right. But there's a link in the main room, and here's a link into YouTube as well. So again, it's pre-registering, and on the 14th, shortly after market close, about 20-30 minutes, you'll have full access to the software for $11.11 till midnight on Halloween. And rejected just off a high day MOTS again. So MOS, that's your pot, one of your pot stock ETFs, right? Yeah. That's a sizable move in that there. What's MJ doing? Yeah, MJ is halted. Ha! When was the last time you saw an ETF halted? Oh, so MOS halted too. I didn't even realize. Just seen that in the specific stocks only. Well, glad you're having a good positive experience in that, Patrick. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I just, energy's got that look to me again. XLE's outperforming the XOP today, actually, though. But all the same, it's funny how fast I flip between bearish and bullish. When this couldn't get back over this level here, I got really bearish. When it got back over it, I got pretty bullish. When this happened again, I got bearish. That seemed to have stayed right, and I'm pretty bullish again energy right now. I think, people are going to come to the hard reality of, going to need natural gas and oil for a while still, till the rest of the technologies catch up. Till then, it is what it is. All right. VFF. So this must be a pot stock too. Now, overall pot stocks, anybody that knows me knows I'm really bearish on pot in general. I mean, I have no beef with it. It's fine. People want to smoke, they want to grow, whatever, great. But I don't understand how it becomes a viable business. People can grow it themselves. I don't know. I guess if it becomes legalized in the sense that, banks will accept the money from it and all that stuff like that. I guess then maybe there's a business there. But aside from that, it's just not, it's not the same as a beer company or a liquor company or anything like that to me. I'm not saying it can't be, but anyways. right, just kind of watching things here. You've seen all the pot stocks are jumping off the charts now. Cron, GRW, G. Where is this free drive TI? Is it available? Not first time. It's not free. It's $11.11. So I dropped the link in there a few minutes ago. Here's that link again into the YouTube for you. It will not go live. This is a pre-register. It will not go live until after the market close on the 14th, but you can pre-register for it there. It's $11.11, and you will get access to the software from the 14th to the 31st of the month. Here comes another round of those military copters. Those things are not small either. The ones with like 3 blades on them. Or not 3 blades, 3 different 3 different rotators. A few emails here. Wow, BFF, look at this go. MOS is halted again. MSOS, sorry. Beat, I haven't seen that in a while. Trying to curl up a little bit. It's all about those weed stocks right now. And I guess SNDL will be another one. Yep. Beautiful move for PEGY off this 4 break. ANG is GI. Is that Angie's List? Yeah, must be. Didn't know that was a publicly traded company. Another wheat ETF. This looks to be very thinly traded. 200,000 shares traded on it. Not exactly writing the home to mom about that. SMG. I guess because all the weed growers will be getting Miracle Grow. I don't know. Not what I would go with, but hey. All right, 323. 34 minutes and change to go on the day here. And what a day it's been. SNTI, I mean, closes here. Could be interesting tomorrow again for sure. I mean, obviously it'll still, not going to undo 45 million shares traded. Not going to just trade, 500,000 shares tomorrow, but no chart resistance. Obviously a lot of interest. Not telling anybody here anything they don't know already. So pose going in on beat. All right. Maybe. I'm going to track it with you here. See if I can. If we could get that 590 level again, could get some legs behind it. PGY continuing strong here. All right, so beat trying to make its case here for an end of the day run. VWAP, you want VWAP 1, Mookie. So look for this here. Let me open this top list and bring it over so I can show you. So this percent from VWAP 1 is what you want. And then, you know, you can use the show me function. So like if you wanted to see it, let's say no less than or no more than, I don't know, 0.5% below to like a 0.5% above, for example, right? You could do it like that. You know, whatever you want to put in there, obviously. So VWAP 1 is today. VWAP 2 would be going back to yesterday. VWAP 3 would be going back 2 days. VWAP 4, 3 days. I don't think we have VWAP 5, do we? I think it's just a 4, right? No, we do have 5. So 5 would be 4 days ago. So today, yesterday, day before yesterday, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. You got it, of course. MAPS. What the heck is this? Oh, okay. More weed. You know, beat. Really doing it. Really trying to do it. All right, so everybody in the main room, I'll put myself on mute here. Let me just see. Does it matter? Yes, it matters. The minus you want for the minimum amount. If you want to only see it down X amount, like no more than X amount. So again, here, just show you again real quick. And always use that show me function. It works for most of the filters. A few of them will give you a histogram, which is annoying. But if you look here on that show me function, so if I put, for example, if I were to put minus 0.5 here, then it would say, you know, where the price is at least that much below. So you want to put that over here, that minus 0.5. or minus whatever you want it to be, right? So it's no more than this down, and this will be no more than this up, is how it would work. So, all right, I'm going to put myself in mute for the regular room. Always pleasure to help you there, Mook. And I'll just be, if anybody cares to listen in to me, my nonsense over on the YouTube side, by all means, join us. But I don't want to bore you guys to death with a bunch of marketary comments that you, I'm sure, well know at this point. All right, so just want to dock this over here and get this a little more organized for the screen over here. Just give me 1 second. All right, there we go. So let's see today. I mean, there's nothing, I think most of you have been here all day long, so there's not much scanning wise that I could talk about that you haven't heard or seen. Poe over in the room, I know he said it was a gamble, but I think he really saw this kind of curling up, and so he had a plan and placed his trade based on that. So BEAT looks like it's trying here into the close. We'll see what happens with that. But aside from that, I mean, all the stuff we've been talking about, PEGY, and kind of a bummer that I had to leave my desk for a while when this was breaking 4 here, but not much I could do. I was just coming back on this candle when it broke 4 here, right? 3 o'clock, 3:15. Yeah. So anyways, had to step away from my desk. So there's nothing I could do. Hindsight 2020 and all that. This will be one to watch for tomorrow, because if it can get up above this level now, that all-time high is very within realm. So this could pull an SN, what was it? SNTI. That could, PEGY could be SNTI tomorrow. If that looks like it's breaking down now, very much looks like it's breaking down at this point. But that doesn't mean it won't be active or a player tomorrow either. So we shall see. We shall see. GSUN, here it comes on the race. No, nothing there. That's ridiculous. 400,000 shares traded, but still not really anything to comment on as far as that goes. So that's that. I mean, we can run down the top 10 here. If anybody has questions software-wise, please fire those away for me, of course. But just run down. I forgot to drop a link in the other room if anybody wanted. Give me 1 second. There we go. I just had a thought and I lost it. Well, we'll run down the top 10 quick. So SNTI, obviously, big one of the day. I scalped in and out of it a few times, but I was being so quick, and I was taking like 10 and 15 cent shots at it a few different times on some heavy share size today. And I just wasn't going to announce it. I was just in too fast to do it. I was putting it in with target orders, 10 and 15 cents right above immediately, in and out. And I made up for that JWEL debacle this morning that I had for those that weren't here. JWEL, I grabbed it here. I got it at like 312. I got it. Actually, 314, I'm lying. 314, and it made a move up and slammed the door. And I got out at 272 is where I got my fill, actually, on the way down before it halted. I had a 275 stop, but it filled me at 272. That's always fun when that happens, but better than what ended up happening on this thing here. I've been tracking it through the day in case it decided to make another move, because, it ran down, halted down, and it ran back up and halted. I think it halted on the up again, but never made it through. And then I think it halted down again, and it's just been down here in the dungeon ever since. So apparently it was some kind of short growth, short float thing. I know we're only reporting this for short float, but here's that short growth. So you can see it had a massive short growth on it on the last report, and I guess Benzinga put something out about it. So it looks like it was a pump and dump squeeze, or attempted pump and dump squeeze on that. Anyways, they got me. I got stopped out on that. A whole lot you can do there. I'll be honest, with 26 mil in the float, I really didn't expect this washout like that. Jorge, apparently Biden is going to expunge a bunch of federal or felony cases or something like that for people with weed offenses. I guess that's what the news is. So all the pot stocks are running right now. If you check MSOS, that ETF, that's running. MJ is running. And then all these ones at the top of the scan here are all running as well. So that's what's going on there. That's why that happened. I don't know how that really bodes bullish for these stocks, but I mean, that's why the news is whatever, So anyways, that's that. That's what's happening there. What else? All right, so we talked SNTI, ATGX. On this here, I took a trade here and got filled at 333. And I was thinking about yesterday on one of my failed attempts on TOPS and what Shady had said about that. And I really kind of, thought about that for a minute, and how I took it underneath the high of the day when it was looking kind of weak off of that after that high day on TOPS. And so when this looked like it was ready to start to bust through here on the prior high of the day after these red candles like that, that's why I grabbed it. And I was in and out a few times on the way up and down through here. Really struggled with that $4. And that just goes back to, for me, making sure to take profits along the way. Especially when you see these topping and bottoming and shadows happening like this. So really got to protect those profits, because I mean, you look at it, I can't, I don't think anybody can help but look at this chart and the fact that there's resistance, right? I mean, where's the resistance on this thing? You have to zoom so far in, like I'm scrolling and finally I can zoom in. So you have to zoom so far in to start to find any chart resistance on this thing. And so, who doesn't want to take, 200, 300, 400 shares or something like that and watch it run $500? But that's not the norm, obviously. So anyways. There you go. Sorry, text message was coming in. I had to answer. So anyways, that was why after the first couple of failed attempts here at 4, I kept closing shares out in the 390s and just holding tiny amounts on the 2 times that I bought into this. Hindsight's 2020. Obviously, that was the top. Had a feeling it was, but anyways. Run through the rest of these. AMV, there's nothing tradable for me there. I mean, by the time I noticed it, it was up over 20, and I just didn't want to be involved in something like that. Again, I mean, I look left in the potential, but, a $20-something stock, and, you're trying to take whatever it is, a few hundred shares or something. and that thing turns around on you by $10, I mean, you could be down $2,000 or $3,000 like that. Just not worth it to me. Just a bad risk reward for me. That's just a personal thing, though. Someone else, like, you know, always say someone else could be looking at that and thinking I'm a fool, and that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. KPRX, not enough volume, really. It was pretty spready throughout the day, 7-cent spread right now. So, I mean, yeah, it had a nice explosion here, but just the move was too fast for me going through 8. And by the time I had noticed it, you know, not untradeable, to be honest, but not for me. Again, not my cup of tea right there. Just the setup wasn't right. Timing and setup wasn't good for me. That's all. No big deal. MOT. Wait, did we talk KPRX? Oh, that's what we were just talking about. Sorry. MOTS. This one, I took a small loss on it. Kind of a blah small loss. I grabbed it at like 78, 278, and I'd sold some under 3 up here, but I didn't sell enough of it, and it came down and stopped me out down here. Of course, it reversed, but you know, never really got going. Lots of volume. I mean, 33 million shares and 111 times what it's normally doing, and all that good stuff like that. But $3 was too much of a bear for it. Again, you know, you look left and you think to yourself, all right, well, we're cleared this level here, so you know, $4 seems like it should be easy, but no, that whole number remained supreme for the day, and that was that. It was a grinder in a range, so anybody that does like range trading might have done well with that. Range trading is hard to me, though. I don't know about range trading. I'd rather find the breakout or breakdown. TBLT, this goes to show you don't pull a me and discount things. I really kind of discounted this because of, you know, you look back on this chart and you just see how it's just this big falling knife, and yet it had these big days back here. But when I look at the bigger picture of it and all these days that look like this in here, it just kind of deters me a little bit. But that was my own ignorance, I would say, because I saw this thing coming in through here, and from that 270 level or so, made a nice 30-cent run, right? And you've never really got in trouble off this breakout level with it. Really obeyed this 8 EMA all day long. It's breaking down now, obviously. So that was kind of foolish on my part to discount it. I will say, I was involved in other trades, so I wasn't looking to add anything else. I don't like having more than 2 trades open at once. It's a bit to manage, especially on these. Mostly they're low floaters and really can turn around on you fast like that. So, so that's that. All right, so that's that. Let's continue down through. WQ was a high flyer on a gap up and gave it up the whole day long. The importance of not rushing. I mean, there's some stuff, obviously, it's going to go early in the morning. SNTI was one. But I think SNTI gave you a lot of entry opportunities, especially when it consolidated here and then exploded up through 7. There's a lot of entry opportunities on that to not rush on that. So, good, the bad, and the ugly when you jump in too early. JWEL, we talked about that. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it has a big reversal tomorrow. I mean, it just gave up however many days that it's been grinding higher like that. So that's pretty incredible. I mean, down 44% essentially on the day after being up whatever it was, probably 44%. And again, Tilray's winning races based on that news. I'm not going to go chasing that. And MSOS, same thing. So it kind of rounds out the top 10 of what happened there today on the scans or on the races. And that's really that. So PAYO, paradoxes, asking PAYO. This is tough, PAYO, because look at how strong it is over the last couple of months, right? Beautiful trend in that. Struggling at that level, obviously, and that goes way back to here. But you can see the shorts are moving out, right? There's not a big short float either, with the shorts moving out, really liquid. And it's not doing crazy volume, but it's not doing no volume as compared to normal either. Oh, man. Above 7, it does look good. That 720 level, that's like the real area, because it gets above that, then it's 8, and then it's whatever that is up here, 9 and change. That's an interesting one. I'd be keeping an eye on that. I'd be setting a price alert for a longer term thing there. I'm just watching the time and sales right here on it. We have that time and sales, a lot of volume on it right now. A lot of volume. Goldman's calling for a $9 target on it. Never hurts to have the vampire squid on your side. Interesting. That's an interesting one, Paradox. That 720 number looms very big, I think, though, right? That's where that, no. So that's from a couple of days ago. Or listen to me. It's from yesterday. It's all becoming one day to me. You got it, of course, Paradox. All right, so that's that. Let's look at the averages here. We've got 12 minutes and change. And we started off, we had some pretty bullish compare count numbers earlier in the day. They were all in the 60s. They've all come down closer to even here. And the SPY's just been under pressure, fading all day long. Looks like this rally might be losing its legs here. And I mentioned yesterday, William in the main room talked about, we could have a bullish run till some more data comes out. And I like that concept, but I just, the short sellers don't, apparently. The sellers don't like that concept and really reject it off of this 80 level again, that 380 level. That doesn't look healthy for the SPY at all at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. It's a double inside day here. That's interesting. Also known as a shark pattern. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna break 370 again tomorrow and break back down again tomorrow on Friday. I'll probably be wrong. It'll probably gap up and be over 385 tomorrow when it closes, some ridiculous thing like that, right? The Qs. Q's holding the key level here. I feel like this is a very big level here for the Qs, so holding that. So it's, one gives me a bearish feeling, one doesn't, not necessarily a bullish feeling, but a more constructive look, let's call it, with the Qs. IWM, I think, looks terrible, but don't quote me on that. Actually, the IWM doesn't look as bad. Another, constructive holding up above this level. I mean, again, I don't think we're starting a bull market this week, but yep, as the saying goes, you never know, right? And you see the compare counts here. You've got new highs and new lows on the larger caps really fighting with each other. They're both climbing right now. Where on these mid caps, they're a divergence here. And on the small caps, you've got the new lows trying to overtake the new highs here. So it's really, really a mixed bag right now. And so, when there's no confirmation, it's a huge thing for CMTs is confirmation. And, there's no confirmation in the market for a direction right now. So when there's no confirmation on direction, usually the path that it's been on is is the path that's going to continue on. So, I mean, make of that what you will. The bear market reigns supreme for the time being. bring those compare counts back out of the way, and we can bring over the sector analysis here. And again, we got weed stocks doing what they're doing right now because of that news, but it looks like that might be, well, we'll see. Is it over? I don't know. MSOS is fighting around that 12 again. Ran up over it a bit. Yeah, it ran up almost to 13. I didn't realize that it was more at 1250-ish, give or take. So see if it can defend that 12 number. Yeah, Paradox, all about that teamwork. Real Zach and William and PJ do the heavy lifting, to be honest. I had a couple of okay ideas. A couple that worked, a couple that didn't work. So, good, bad, and the ugly. Frog, funny you mention that. That's been on my evening scan a bunch recently, Jamie. I don't hate this chart. I mean, everybody knows how I feel about stocks in a downtrend, right? But you've got this here, and then you've got this here. I really want to see it be able to take out this here, and then we could consider a trend change in it. It's with computer design, so it's also a very tough sector. It's a sector that's really beaten down technology overall. Yeah, just a really beaten down sector overall. But I don't dislike this chart at all. It's had a really big run recently, though, so you got to consider that. So you got to consider that. But I don't know. Had this run here, and then the gap up, and it hasn't ran away completely on that gap up. But obviously, $25 is a big level for it. And then you've got this up here, whatever that's going to be. $27. So yeah, it's got a decent look as a possible trend change on it for sure. For sure. Sorry, let's continue through a few of these here. So XLE having itself a day. Wow, it looks almost like that frog chart, right? The way it had those up days and then a breakaway gap like that. That's interesting. What are the odds, huh? XLE is looking really strong to me right now. Saudi Arabia has told the world essentially, too bad on high oil prices. And the rest of OPEC as well, same thing. I know there's, thing with energy is you're gonna have to deal with the ups and downs because of news headlines, right? There's no clean charts on this. So I think there's some news about letting Chevron pump out of Venezuela again or something like that. So, kind of pick your poisons on all that kind of stuff. But energy overall has a good look. Excuse the pun, but expended a lot of energy to get back off this low up to this level. You'll want to see a couple of consolidation days. I mean, obviously, it just continues to march on. That's what energy bills want to see too. But a couple of consolidation days and then another burst up would be really big. And I think, if it gets over this level here, you're going to see that get taken out. I think that's pretty reasonable to believe. On both the XLE and XOP, they look almost identical anyways. Same with the IYE. All similar charts as far as energy goes. My friends, the gold miners. Is that a flag forming? I mean, kind of, right? I mean, that could kind of be a flag, right? We'll see. I'm not sold on it, but certainly watching for sure. Certainly watching for sure. Lithium. Lithium doesn't look good to me. Let's run up and then fade through the day. It looks just a little too attached to the market for my liking. So just give me a second. Squid, if you can come over to the YouTube side, I can explain it over there. I just don't want to. I want to leave these guys with the last little bit here to trade without me droning on about nonsense over there. So head over here, Squid, and also here. This is really important. Let me drop a link to the user's guide section of that as well. So there's a chat panel over there you can use. And then there's, I don't know if I dropped that correctly. So there's compare count windows. I should be unmuted in the main room now. I think I unmuted there for a second. All right, so come on over to the YouTube side there. And all right, back to YouTube. Okay, there you go. Perfect. So there's compare count windows as far as the whatchamacallit goes. The user's guide. So check that out. All right. And then to go over how compare count windows work, essentially, is they're an alert window at their core. So if I right click and I come into a configure of one, all right, you've got the green data and the red data, all right? And we go into configure. It's exactly the same configure as alert configure, and it even says that right up here across the top left. And so the way most people are using them is new highs versus new lows. So the green data is going to be your new highs. And so you'd add that new high alert. And then you go with some filters that you want to use. Now, in this here, kept it really simple. And these are from Jamie Hodge. Looking at stocks that are, they're cooking a little bit on their volume. Not insane, but there's some good volume to them. Distance from inside market filter to filter out anything with bad prints making new highs, because you don't want those to interfere. And there's an EPS in here just to filter out ETFs as well. And then the three of these are all sectioned by market cap, essentially. So there's a market cap filter in those. That's what has them like this. And if we go to the red data, you're going to see the same filters. If I go back through, look, same filters. So the market cap is like that, 1 minute volume, distance from inside market, and the earnings per share. But on this side, for the select alerts, we're looking at new lows, and that gives us the red data essentially like that. The cylinders over here are going to give you a total accumulation from the time you started the scan. And then this is just going to be alerts per second that are coming in on the new highs versus new lows here like this. So you've got, 0.8 alerts coming through per second, at this time right now. That's how that looks right there. Wow, we're selling off into the close, aren't we? Oh, yeah. And so, well, that's what that looks like here, selling off into the close right there. So we can see here, look, we can see here these, new lows on the larger caps, and now on the smaller caps are taking off too. And so we can see we're making on these small caps here, we're making a new low almost every second. There's a stock making a new low right now. And that's how that essentially works like that. And so this gives you a more recent snapshot of the price action. Oh my goodness, look at these spiking right now. So yeah, fun. MAPS, Mike C, had to do with a Had to do with that thing with Biden's going to pardon a bunch of people with marijuana offenses, I guess, or something like that. So MAPS is another weed stock here. U.S. state legal and Canadian cannabis markets. Yep, exactly. Yeah, yep, Tom, exactly. Man, whoever it is got a hold of this thing right now. Back to Jeremy. Let me know if that made sense on the compare count windows. If there's something I didn't cover well enough for you, or I wasn't clear about that. Something you want me to go in more in depth with, but that's how I've always used them. Is more of kind of, it's similar to market breadth. YOLO, are you kidding me? Aye. That's funny. But this thing doesn't even trade anything. I mean, 260,000 shares, and that's ridiculous. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize. Yeah, Paradox, ding, ding, market's closed. I didn't even realize that. What do you know? So I'm bringing those compare count windows back out of here. And that's that. No scanner filter like that. I mean, so I had someone earlier asking about no, I had an okay day. I'm all done. No post market trading today. So I had someone earlier asking something similar, actually, Jeremy. The only thing you could do is you could create two different alert windows with new highs and new lows, and then you could use the count filter as a column. And so you could see each time the amount each stock has made a new high or new low that hit the scanner like that, but not a total cumulative of new highs versus new lows. The closest you're going to get to a cumulative of new highs versus new lows is the compare count windows, but still, of course, not exactly the same thing. And then there's a second thing that I want to say about what you have. Oh, on bid and ask, all we have on bid and ask is this. So we have the bid ask ratio, and then we've got this new bid low, filtered and unfiltered, and new bid high, and then large bid size. And I think that's really it. Yeah, and large ask size. So that would be it there. Those filters like that. So not at specified time frames or anything like that. Okay, if you do see anything Paradox, I'm just curious. So let me know, because I just want to follow, because post market, pre market are just different animals to me, and I did very poorly whenever I pre market traded, and I just never really post market traded based on that. So, but I'm curious, if you see anything sticks out to you, just ping me, let me know. Yeah, I mean they're great filters, and but not, I know not exactly what you're looking for, but you could play around with those and see if you can come up with anything that you like. So yeah, all right. The casino closed, and the SPY here closing pretty weak. Didn't close on the low of the days, but man, that was weak. That was very weak on the SPY. So well, we'll see what happens here. run down a few more of these. So, I still had thought here, on GDX, the same thought I'm kind of pounding the table on for a while when we pull out a weekly chart and, going way back here. And this level in here that I was looking at, again, this is such a huge level, and you can't help but think if gold breaks down on this level, I mean, you're talking down here to pandemic lows, right? I mean, that's insane given the environment that we're in. I mean, just gold just grind sideways and nothing. It's just, I don't know. It's at a level right now that a big bet either way could create wealth or destroy wealth. Essentially, I feel like I'm not making that bet either side. It's just, it's intriguing right now. Gold to me, it's really intriguing. I can't help it. We're looking at it on the long-term basis like that. That's the miners themselves, but gold itself. I don't know where the heck is gold on this list. I'm gonna see it on here. GLD, where are you? GDX. Oh, there it is. So gold itself looks a lot different here, actually. And gold itself was not the same on those pre-pandemic lows as the miners were, right? So this is different. It's a lot different. Another new base to boom out of. Run itself into a triple top, maybe. I don't know. For some reason, I'm hung up on gold. Sorry, folks. There's just something there that I can't ignore. I feel like something big is brewing there. So it'll probably be a big nothing burger, right? That's how it works. Stronger your intuition is, the worse or something. I don't know. Anyways, that's that. Let's skip over the next XHB home builders. So I know normally I do like to do this on Friday, but I'm probably going to cut out. I'm probably going to cut out around 4 o'clock tomorrow. It's been a long week for me. And so I'll probably cut out at about 4 o'clock tomorrow from both rooms. We'll call it a 4:05 cutting. Where can I find my heart stock window? So you could just do this, Jamie. You can go like this. Go new, top list, go to symbols list, go to add existing list, and go to my liked. Where is it? My liked. All right. Click my liked, throw it in there. My liked personal, only the following lists, and then press OK. And then I would suggest also, Jamie, I would put, unless you want the stocks filtered, but I'm assuming liking them is enough for a filter. Just make sure you have no filters in here, right? And then anything on there will show up just like this. Like I still have a few stocks on the my liked list because I've not updated this in forever. And that's where you'll see it. So if you click on anything in here, you'll find the heart. Just like that. You got it. And the only two ways to edit the my like list is to unheart them manually like this, or you have to do it from the account management page on the website. I don't know why. I think it was explained to me a long time ago and I don't remember. So all right, so there's that, and that. I will be doing a Saturday session. I forget what I told them I would do for the test drive. So, I mean, if you guys want to come get bored to death with basics, I am going to do what did I tell them I will do? So I'll be here if anybody wants to write this down. I'll be here the 14th at 8 p.m., the 15th at 8 a.m., and the 16th at 10 a.m., all Eastern times. So just in case, Paradox hitting me with FBGR, FBGR, FBGR. FRVB. Nah, I don't know which one you're trying to get me to. PRVB, PRVB. Don't mind me. My brain isn't working anymore. All right, so here we got an interesting one. I'll throw this up here on post-market look. 1 minute volume's okay for post-market. All right, then keep an eye here. There we go. All right. Okay. 412. We're cruising along here. Let's look a couple of more. So yeah, home builders, right? That's where we were at. Home builders don't look so healthy. I mean, nothing's going to look healthy, but just trying to find what's been sold off the least. Cloud computing is terrible. I don't even think I need to look at that. Biotech continues not to look the worst of all this groups. Although it's in this channel down now. It's at the top of that channel this way. No, don't be sorry, Paradox. I'm curious, Oops, not top. What's funny though is tops and top yesterday were winning races, right? So it was kind of funny yesterday. And TOP, interesting enough, that chart actually looks interesting. Let's see, break above that level there. Let's skip gold because we already talked about gold. So software and services. So, I mean, it's a thinly traded ETF, but look how ugly it is. That's why, I get skeptical FROG again for Jamie was asking with FROG before. Like, this is totally countering the trend of technology right now. The semiconductors look really bad. Natural gas does not look good. That's an ugly sell-off for natural gas. It's too bad. I'm a big natural gas bull, but just not happening. Metals and mining, that does not look good to me either. That's on a dangerous, looks like you're bang on a dangerous level because through here, and I mean, it could really start to get ugly quickly. Not that it isn't already at this point. I guess the issue is with metals and mining, if you've got a global slowdown, you don't really need materials to build anything, right? IBB is going to obviously look the same as the XBI. Communications. I mean, communications pretty much looks as terrible as it can look. It's well below pre-pandemic highs. Or pandemic lows don't look out of the realm of possibility on that. It's a better look at communications here, and the same thing here. And this is a more liquid ETF, and same thing. This looks really, really, really not good. IWM, we talked about that already. Bigger picture here. Bounced off, trying to bounce off these pre-pandemic highs. Things get slippery below it. Is that where we're looking at? Is this where we're looking at? Down here, these are all very viable levels. Let's get 20-year bond. This agriculture, I don't know what to make of that ever. It trades pretty thinly, but doesn't look healthy. Emerging markets are terrible. I mean, that's not good. Here's the thing, though. Anybody that can survive all this, right? Think of the opportunities that are going to be created, when we start to make the bottoming process and make a turn, right? So this is the stuff that I always say is, so important to protect. Protect your capital, because if those that have protected their capital and are here, when's the turn? 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, who knows? But those who have protected enough capital to really buy in on that, there's a few people that I know that, they never panicked when this happened in the overall market, and they started gobbling up shares when we started to bounce all through here, and they rode a good portion of this up. Now they rode some back down, but still, a couple of people I know did really well. I'm not one of them. I was not one of those people that bought into the market like that. I just continued to trade the way I'd been trading, some good, some bad. Enough that I'm sitting in this chair at least. Rajiv, the trading studio webinars with Andy. It'll be Andy and Jamie. So it's just, yeah, there you go. He's got it. So they go over, an overall market look. They'll go over Holly. They'll go over, Andy usually has some kind of scan that he's either recently built or he revisits something he had prior built and maybe put a tweak on it, shares the scan out, goes over thoughts, how it works and stuff like that. So really good webinars. You got to be on the primary emailing list to get it, though. Just messaging Mr. Bill Barstow, one of our developers here, part of the tech team, who's messaging me something. Yeah, so my point being is, I tell people, I'm not a trader, I'm a risk manager, and managing your risk on your trades so that you're around to see the bottoming process and that upturn. I really encourage all of you to really look at longer term charts, even if you're not doing anything with them. Look at trends, right? And go back in history. I think it's really important, especially your brokers probably might be able to go back in history further on charts, but go back in history and look at downtrends and bottoming processes and things like that, right? So we can go back here and look at this through 14, right? 2014 coming into 2015 and the bottoming process that happened here, right? The market starts to starts to get heavy in here, right? And we start that downtrend. And look how similar to what went on in 2014 is to what we're seeing, right? Now, what we're seeing now might be a little more prolonged, but you can draw some historical references, right? And look how similar that looks to a lot of the stuff that we're looking at now, right? And you have your final bottoming out here. And then if you really pay attention, we start to put in higher lows. We start to put in higher highs, right? When you get that third higher high, you can really start to look at that and say, geez, is this a trend that I want to be a part of on the upside, right? I really encourage you all to do that because it's good to have those arrows in your quiver for longer term moves like that. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked here. If you don't have, just in case, Roger, if you don't have a link to that webinar, you can go here to the education page and look for the 2 p.m. Pacific webinars to sign up for them there. They look like this. So educational, nope, where am I? Daily webinars, sorry. This daily webinars here. And they go every other week. So one week will be Monday, Wednesday. The next week is Tuesday, Thursday. So it's a Tuesday, Thursday week here. And so you could sign up for those like that. I don't think I have a link to get you in for today's. Let me see if I can find something for you to get you in. Oh, you got it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Then I won't, I was going to dig through emails to see if I could find an invite link. Let's run through a couple more of these. XRT. Well, I skipped the XYT. Transportations, again, continue to look sick. But again, like I said, think about it. Bottoming is a process, right? Where are we in the bottoming process? Are we near it? Are we far from it? Is it happening, right? So stay vigilant on these longer term charts. XRT retail's tough sale, right? I'll be here all week. Don't shoot me, please, on my lame jokes. Semiconductors. I mean, it just gets weaker across the board here. I think we all get the picture at this point. But I do want to look at this real quick. The mid-cap trust, so this is evenly weighted. And again, this does not look as bad as some of the other markets that we're looking at, yet it never looked as good as some of the other markets either, right? So yeah, it came rocketing out of there, but look how long it was in this range for before breaking down after getting out, coming back above pre-pandemic highs. So this never skyrocketed like the SPY or the Qs or anything like that. So, whoop, we got viola practice going on just in case. So anyways, I just like to, keeps me evenly balanced here looking at those. And the RSP, where are you, RSP? There's the RSP. And this is an evenly weighted S&P 500. And again, this was very similar to the MDY, where it, never came out like a complete rocket. And just continues to break down. But all the same, take note. JETS, Jets are terrible. I think they also have to be some of the most hated corporations on the planet at this point, right? They must be as hated as much as banks are. Speaking of banks, regional banking, again, we're just, I gotta say, considering the top is here and we're here, it's not the worst looking chart of the bunch, right? Now, if it breaks this down, that's not going to be good. It's a ridiculous one, autonomous driving. Like, I can't even believe there's an ETF for this thing. Paradox agrees, yeah. Materials, same thing like metals and mining. Do we really need materials with the global slowdown? I mean, talking, bad recessions all over at this point. So we'll see. It's funny. I had a couple of people troll me on Twitter a few weeks ago about, the weirdest recession I've ever seen and whatever else. Now those same people are like, whoa, uh-oh. For those keeping score at home, we've been in a recession since February. It just wasn't everywhere at that time. It was in pockets, but those pockets have continued to grow. So, all right, let's wind this out a couple more here. Who's important to look at? Let's look at the K-Web. I think the K-Web continues to break down. I think we touched 20 again on the K-Web before it's all said and done. It's just a great example of a falling knife, the K-Web, after being such a darling, right? I mean, an absolute darling. Solars look really sick again. I mean, terrible day yesterday, terrible day again today, and they had been kind of a bright spot. And let's end with real estate and the utilities. Real estate is absolutely destroyed. Terrible assessment by me here. I really thought here, real estate, I said, maybe real estate's going to do it, but nope, I was dead wrong here. I thought real estate was going to make a breakout and couldn't be further from the truth. Terrible, terrible, terrible move in real estate. And let's end it with the Utes have completely come undone here. I was just really shocked when I looked at that chart. There's a long-term trend intact here, but I don't know. That looks really, really bad for the utilities right now. Really, really bad. Gotcha, Paradox. Gotcha. So, all right, I'm going to end my day on that note with the Utes being very disappointing to me. Very, very disappointing to me. Move this back over this way. And going to bring in the regular room. So, all right, just coming back on the mic here for both rooms. That'll be a wrap for me today. Going to shut the room down. Thanks everybody again for all your help. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Lots of good stuff in here. I get an education every day, which is outstanding to me, for free, essentially, because this room is free to everybody at any time, right? So again, I thank everybody, all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. We'll do it all again for a few hours tomorrow on Friday. Let's hope for a green day tomorrow. It'd be nice to end on a green day, right? It's been I think there's a lot of people that have had some good weeks that I can see. So hopefully we can continue that tomorrow. So again, I thank you all very kindly, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Thursday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. All right. Adios. Take care, everyone.